My bad.
Yes, and good morning, World Wide Web. It is a Taco Tuesday here in the Rock Wolf Studios from behind the not-so-golden microphone here in far north Queensland, Australia, the island continent. And good morning to Mr. Mao. Howdy, Mowdy. How are you doing this morning? Oh my goodness, it is a Taco Tuesday in the UK, Europe, and Africa. Still a manic Monday in the USA and Canada. Hope everyone is doing well. What's Mr. Mao been up to? Look at that beautiful weather outside. It is a balmy 78 degrees with a 44% humidity factor. And we are topped up and ready to go. Looks like everything's working. Let's head on over to our game scene. There we are. All right, where did we leave off yesterday? Yeah, so we had just homed in on the proper setup for our transporters and supply to each of the stations, assembly line stations. And I think we're getting ready to unlock some more goodies. And yeah, so we are just over $500,000 in the bank account. So what I did last night, just after the stream, is we had individual what do you call them? I guess order slots for supplies. We had individual ones at the back of the line, and the mechanics were kind of suffering because it took a while to get the products up to each assembly station. So what I did is I broke it into 4 small sections with each their own assembly parts right next to the station that they're serving. And so far we've got every single mechanic quite happy, energized. And the only thing we're going to tackle today as a high priority is making sure our transporters, the ones that are going to get supplies off of the ship, are not so tired, because they're doing an awful lot of work, and a lot of them are getting into the exhausted range, and their happiness comes down when they reach 0. And I think it's because we may not have enough of them, even though they're coming to rest. I think they're having a hard time delivering supplies. So I reckon what we're going to do is we're going to probably increase the number. We've got 16 of them. Yeah, we've got 16 of them, but I think we're going to hire some more. Just so... just so that they're not overtasked, I think. I'm not sure what that ratio is going to be yet. Haven't figured it out. Cars are coming off the line very good. And I believe we've got them all under 50 days now. Production time. That one's 41. I think they're all hovering the mid 40 to 45. We got none of them bumping or crashing into each other on the assembly line, so that's sorted out. "47 days, I think that's our longest running time. This one I think is going to be around 43 to 45. 48, okay. Yeah, some of these guys are getting to the pretty exhausted. He's just kind of wandering around. Maybe that's how he's resting. His energy is going up while he's wandering around, but there's a rest cycle. It says resting the whole time he's wandering around, so I don't know. Now, I did look at, we've got our mechanics assigned to each assembly station. But as far as these transporters go, you can't assign them anywhere. So for instance, if I pick this slot, there's no way to add, there's nowhere to add the employee, the transporter to that station. So I guess, like the mods, I guess for the transporters, that's a future ability. Because right now we can't assign them to anywhere. What's our trend looking like? Not bad. The lowest profit is 12.13. Actually, we went negative 302 back on the 7th. Excellent conditions. Oh, that one took 51 days. That might have been a supply issue, maybe? No zeros there. No zeros there. No zeros there. So it's not a supply issue. That one took 40 days. Didn't get to that one in time to see. We're still getting pretty tired. Not sure what we could add. I mean, other than giving bonuses. But he's pretty well paid right there. He's a level 5. He's our only level 5. He shouldn't be getting down to 0. Mr. Omniconda, how are you doing, mate? Good morning from Australia. Yes, very early morning in the UK. You're about almost 45 minutes after midnight, yeah? On a Taco Tuesday, just freshly started. Oh, 1:45, righto. Just east of the Greenwich Mean Time. Making birthday cakes with brownies at 1:45 in the morning. Yes, indeed, Mr. Mao. That was 46 days. That was 52 days. So for some reason, the Porsche's still taking longer than the other ones. I used to work in Pittsburgh before I moved over to Australia. We had one of our, we had a satellite plant in Ohio. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, the clock's just a reminder of how much time we're losing or how much time we're not saving, you know. It's a 47 day. That's still kind of long. 48 days. All right, these guys are not sharing enough of the workload. How are we doing on profits? Yeah, we just barely made a profit on the last month. Yeah, I like it. It's got, there's a lot of potential here. We can, I mean, compared to the Crust, I probably prefer this one over the Crust as far as the amount being charged as an early access game versus how much is developed and working or not working. I like the fact that we can see things like these mods are future features that are not active yet. I I like the fact that we can see things in here that are in development and coming soon. That's always very cool to see. Yeah, there's lots of features in here. I'm not sure what the check marks are for yet, but they're for something. A future feature, I'm sure. I like the fact that there's a lot you can see, like this is disabled right now, but will be active in the near future. So there's lots of parts of the games that we can see are coming shortly. And for the price, I like it. I like it. There's a bit of a learning curve because there are some things still left out of the tutorial. However, they do cover a lot in the help section. So there's a lot of information in here to help us along that is not part of the natural tutorial, but gives us a lot of useful information to help us along. And it didn't take, and I'm a dunderhead, and you know, it didn't take me long to figure out some mechanics of the game, like separating out the supplies to the assembly stations, you know, how the paint booths work, which is not that the booth is an active entity. You actually have to go to the assembly line and pick the color of the car that you want to be painted if you have the spray booth installed. So, you know, learning how to separate, like for instance on the Porsche here, how many parts go into the first station, how many parts you want in the second station and the third station, in order to keep them from bumping into each other, which at this point there's no penalty, but as the game is developed further, I imagine there will be a penalty because there is a sale price. So, for instance, the Porsche, we have a brand percentage, a release date that affects its price, advertisement that goes into it, and its overall popularity gain, which are, I consider that to be future, because the sale of the vehicle, so the MG Roadster here is 2204. Whenever there is a sale, it's always 2204. So far, some of these metrics don't count against the sale price. The customers' grumbles and gripes that you see every so often don't affect the price. The actual quality of the car, which this one is decent. The market value for the Porsche is $2449. It will always sell for $2449 regardless of the quality of the car. So there are aspects of the games that are not hot or not active at the moment, but I'm sure will be because they're there in the game. So there's a lot of cool stuff. And we got our research here for the next vehicle coming up. It's about 60% complete. Yeah, there's a lot of aspects of this game. I like the build mechanics, you know. So you don't have to rebuild. If you want a bigger, you know, factory, you just stretch it out in the direction you want to go, you know, or shrink it back down to the direction you want it. I like that building capability. Same thing with the parking lot, all the buildings. You just stretch them and go. Oh yeah, the pathing for the employees. Not a lot impedes them. They'll even walk through. Well, they were walking through, but now they're learning their path and walking around. They still get run over by the car out here. You know, pancake. They are now going around the guard shack now, so that when they're pulling out, they're avoiding that. The cars still run over the pedestrians, but you know, as far as their pathing to the assembly station or basically to the storage pallets, they're actually doing pretty well. Our factory's running pretty smoothly. I mean, considering what all is going on as far as having to tweak the timing between the assembly stations, tweaking what's stored in each of the storages, we're right at 600K in the bank. And we haven't really gone along that far yet. There's still quite a bit of, you know, science to upgrade and to unlock. You know, supervisors are in development. That's pretty cool. Enforcers for security, whatever. Armed forces. The stock market, I'm really excited about that one. Want to see, you know, because a lot of games have some sort of in-game economy. Like the Crust has a market that you can work with. I'm glad there's decorations there, but the decorations don't do much anyway. I haven't done anything. It's just a way to spend money. I actually need to unlock this one. I should probably unlock the drill as well. I'm sure that's going to go in here. We need to see, this is 100, this is 75, that's 200. Not much of an upgrade there. That'll give us an extra 250 points per week. That'll help a little bit there. Transporters seem to be needing still a little bit more help. So we'll do one more. Alan Parker is already at 18. Oh, I couldn't. There we go. Oh, he was a level 1. Oh, no. Alright, fine. We'll send him for training. And I reckon he'll train on the barbells. Wherever he went to, there he is. Yeah, so this is actually a pretty good game. I'm curious as to what the second level is going to be all about, because they have this weird stairs for going up and down from where to where. They don't have 2 stories of anything yet. Right, Alan Parker. He's checking out the new cars. Oh, going for a little bit of a wander, looking for the water fountain. They still do run into each other quite a bit, especially along narrow pathways. There we go, we're gonna play the drums for a little bit. That's getting him trained up. Excellent. Yeah. You mean like a wall between here? You know, so they don't walk across, you know, to segregate sections of the... I think the way to do that is just to cut this off and make it two different buildings. Yeah, they're not OSHA approved. Fortunately, OSHA hasn't been invented yet because it's only, well, it's 1980 now, but when I built it, you know. So that's okay. It's also a safe health hazard to have a toilet out in the open here, but you know. Alright, where'd he go? Now he's in training, pinball, yeah. Nerd of Anarchy, how are you? Orders of more than one actually being delivered now. Actually, I hadn't noticed. I had mine set on 1 and 2. Cost was always doubled because I'm delivering 2. I've always had, you know, orders of 2 cents. I don't know exactly what that's about. Orders of more than one actually being delivered now, so transporters are getting fixed. I've had, I mean, even though these are down to 1, some of these, you know, the parts are being used, but I've always had my orders multiplied and delivered properly. That's always been fine for me. I'm not sure. I did see the patch notes, but I'm not sure exactly what they meant by that. Because when I had these orders, regardless if I put the ×2 or you know, ×3 here or ×3 here, it didn't matter which one. I still got 3 times the parts that I ordered. Which is probably why my transporters are so tired, because they're so good at keeping the order content up. You had an order of 10 and only one at a time came in? That might be just a random bug that only some people are experiencing, because like I say, I've had mine set on 2. They've never had any problem delivering 2. You know, always 2 in the slot. Maybe it's something above 2. That could be a thing too, Omni. Rather than a box of 3 parts, you were getting 3 boxes of 1, delivered at a time. I'm not actually sure why they have a multiplier on the ordered and the multiplier on multiplied. Whichever way you put 2 here or 3, you get 2 or 3 times that price ordered, and then you still get 2 or 3 times that in storage. So what's being ordered is ordered 2 at a time. It's interesting. How do I check that, nerd? My in storage and my ordered, I've never ended up with zeros for one thing. What's a big box? Is this considered a big box? I mean, that's actually the floor plate, but this box will actually hold 75. I'm not sure that I've experienced that bug yet. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, because like many games, only a portion of players will actually have a particular bug where others won't see it. The big ones are long and they carry them upright. Okay. But we can't determine what size box they pick up. It also doesn't tell you anything about what's inside the box he's carrying. Somebody's struggling over here that shouldn't be. You have these tabs, these 2 tabs unlocked up here at the top right. Yeah, exactly. You can't see what's in these boxes. You don't know what they're carrying other than it's a tall box. Just says transporting goods and that's all. I don't see any differentiation. No mods applied. Energy, happiness, motivation, salary, employment, job description. Yeah, I haven't been able to. I haven't been able to make any correlation to the size of the box that they're carrying versus what's in it or the weight of it. So far, I don't see anything in game other than the fact that it's a decoration that are carrying different types of boxes.
It seems that you have accidentally wandered into a restricted area. Due to the sensitive nature of the materials that you may be exposed to here, you will not be allowed to leave until the cleanup crew arrives at 6 a.m. So hang tight. Rest assured that you will be promptly rescued, fired, then sent home. Thank you for being an employee. We hope that your experience has not been as regrettable as ours.
Thank you for that redeem, Omniconda. That is probably my favorite redeem. Yeah, I read that too, nerd. It doesn't make sense to me because fixed a bug that caused certain transport jobs to be limited to a single type of resource. We can't see what type of resource they're transporting anyway. I mean, you kick on a guy carrying a box, it doesn't tell you what he's transporting. It says transporting goods, that's it. So that whole one-line patch note, one sentence patch note doesn't mean anything. If you only have one part going to a station in a box, you know what they're carrying. Whoa, hang on, you mean, you know, so there's what, one, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there's 12 parts going to this one station. You're saying that these 12 parts here, somebody has them broken up into a single part, one part per station, so there's actually 12 stations for these 12 parts? That would be about the only way you could guess what they're carrying, because it's the only part going to that assembly station. I would love to see what you're talking about if you could point me in the right direction. Like, here's a big box that doesn't show what he's carrying at all. You guys are getting pretty exhausted still. Got 20. That's a 3 to 4 ratio. 3 mechanics to 4 transporters. Still might have to step that up a bit. Mechanics are entirely happy with what they're doing. They're not even getting winded at all. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. This very first station has 20 parts coming to it. Okay, I automated, but the robots only hold 6. Robots. Oh, robots. I haven't even unlocked robots yet. A car body is 6, but that station has more parts. So instead of one robot doing the body and waiting for more, I have a mechanic just doing the body from a storage station and only the body being stored there, so I know what the transporter was carrying, and the content always read 1 after a delivery. After the update, a delivery had 6 parts in a box. In a big box. Do I have big boxes or small boxes, and how do I tell? So far as I know, the storage pallets hold 50 parts. And this one is actually holding 12.2 whatever, pounds, tons, whatever that is. 50 is weight, 50 pounds. So I've got 12.2 pounds worth of parts in here. Because the chassis is 1.85 pounds. A suspension is not quite 0.1 pounds. That can't be right. Capacity. Can't sort highest to lowest yet. Yeah, it's weight. So 1.85 pounds for a chassis. 1.85 tons for a 2-ton vehicle. That seems about right. No, body's 1.3 tons. It's not tons. It's not pounds. Who knows what the hell it is? It doesn't say whether it's pounds, tons, kilograms. Who knows? But I definitely can't see, like you're talking about, 6 parts in a box. I have no way of seeing. I don't know what a small box looks like versus a large box, other than the 50 and the 75, because I've got a 75 over here. You know. I can't see in them, I guess, unless this is looking inside that pallet. It's not really a box, it's a pallet stand. This is what's in it. And I've got 2, 4, 6, 8. I've got 2 of everything in it right now. Hang on, what have I got in it right now? I've got 1 of those, 2 of those, 2 of those, 1 of those, 2 of those. I've always had numbers more than 1. Yep. So since I can see these numbers changing, so as parts arrive into the storage pallet, mechanics are coming to take parts out as well. So that one just changed from a 1 to a 2. That just got used. You know, so I can see these numbers changing all the time from 1 to 2. I always have 2 on order, so it should never go to 0. I'm making sure I have plenty of supplies for the mechanics to use. So you're saying that, okay, so if I understand this right, you're saying that this in storage number only changes by a factor of 1. Either 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, but never changes by 2, 4, 6, or 8. Or 3, 6, 9. It doesn't change by any multiple other than 1 is what you're saying. Is that right? Mr. Hire Famer. Yes, I see the visually different types of boxes, which have different sizes, colors, patterns, and whatnot. But I don't see any correlation to what that part is that he's carrying. I can't tell if he was carrying a radiator, an exhaust, a gear lever, you know. Just that they have, you know, a big box, a small box. And in order to kind of guess at what they're carrying, you'd have to watch all these numbers and catch him just as he's dropping it off to see which one, like that chassis right there. You know, how the hell do you catch that with your eyeballs? I can't tell because I see sometimes 2, 3, and 4 parts delivered by these transporters all at the same time. And they change all at the same time. And of course, that's dependent on whether a mechanic yanks a part that he just delivered as well. I can't see it with my eyeballs happening that quickly. So transporter deliver a part and a mechanic pulls that part off the shelf immediately. It flickers up one, down one. You know, you have to be pretty damn quick for that. Hold on a second. Let's do the fire hammer thing. All right, so which box are we looking at? All right, let's look at the MG. First ordering station, first assembly station. Here's all the parts that are in storage at the moment. Mr. Jack, how are you doing? You're funny, Fire. Easier to get out? Yes, Fire is a very important presenter. Yeah, as far as nerds saying, going out of and coming back into this doesn't really matter because my content is getting updated real time. So when a part is delivered, you can see the number change. When the part's taken out by a mechanic, you can see the number change immediately. I don't have to go like that one right there, the engine, and that one right there, the chassis. I actually don't have to go in or out. It changes in real time. So a mechanic comes to get a part, parts are delivered, boom, just like that one. Mechanic just came and got one, and so on. Those numbers are updating in real time, so I don't have to go out of or into a storage. Oh, it's taking some time getting used to it, Jack, learning how the mechanics work. So nerds, so you have a particular vehicle that's broken up into 7 assembly stations, which I assume that's, 1, 2, 3 more longer. It's a longer distance for the transporters to travel to that box. I've kept these short so far because it's less distance they have to travel, which also affects how tired they are carrying those parts a longer distance. So I'm trying to keep it a short distance, which helps keep their energy up. The longer they spend walking with a box, the more their energy drains. So I'm trying not to make it really long. And same with the mechanics. The further the mechanic has to go to the box, the more energy they expend. Yes, this is the conveyor right here, Jack. Not the parts. The parts get stored at the assembly station like it does in real life. So you have an assembly station number 2 here. The parts for this assembly is held right here. So parts, tools, and everything is right at the assembly station. Oh, right, nerd. You're still talking about robots. So you have just transport. Well, the transporters still have to bring the parts to the robot, correct? Or to the... Hang on, do your robots store the parts, or do you still have this storage platform, this pallet? I haven't done the robots yet. That may be why I'm not experiencing the problem you are. You're at a higher level, or maybe there's a bug present there's not present with me because I haven't unlocked robots yet. They're over here. Robot stores 6 parts. So a couple of robots on each side do all 4 wheels. Yep. Yeah, especially on a 4-wheel vehicle, that's only 2 wheels per side. 6 weight. Yeah, I still don't understand this weight idea yet. I mean, I can see there's a 12.2 of something in weight in this pallet of parts. The pallet can hold 50 of something, 50 weight of something. Yeah, Omni, I think that's what the deal is. So I don't think I'm seeing that bug. Yeah, lights are like 0.025. And wheels, of course, are 0.1. I can see that there's a difference in weight. I don't know what the weight measure is. Pounds, tons, kilograms, ounces, who knows? It's not specified. It's just, at this point, it's just a ratio. 0.1 of 50. You know, add them all up and you've got 4.7 of 50 possible. That's all I can see right now. I don't see what the weight measurement is. Pounds, kilograms, ounces, grams, tons. I don't see that anywhere. So it's just a number. Food in 5 stationeers. Oh, hang on. You got food growing. Is that a first? Potatoes from poop. Woohoo! I thought it was mushrooms from poop. On our farm back in Michigan, we had mushrooms growing out of the cow patties all day long. We even smoked them, but don't tell anybody. So that's an automated process, Jack. You got set up going all on its own now. And I haven't played Stationaires in a hot minute. Omni, as far as maybe the transporters are too low level and can't carry the weight of many items at the same time. As far as I know, these because it doesn't say what he's carrying, visually, he's carrying one box of something. Who knows what that is? And it took a lot of energy to carry that box. This guy's carrying a much smaller box. He's pretty much burning energy at the same rate as this guy, Ralph Carter, who's burned, well, he burned all his energy. He might have been on a second trip. But there's nothing in here that says what the weight he's carrying or how many items. So I can't determine if his level is too low to carry the weight of the items. And some of these guys are actually making 2 trips before they rest. I mean, he's resting now, but I could have sent him to rest before he made a second trip out to the shipyard. See, it's a big box he's carrying. There's nothing in here that tells me what's in the box, how big the box is, what the weight is. Nothing. But there will be soon, I'm sure. Doesn't tell me what the items are he's carrying. But that's kind of irrelevant, I reckon, because it doesn't matter what the box looks like that he's carrying. It doesn't matter what parts he's carrying. The distance that they travel to get to the station, like up here is a pretty long walk. Out here is a pretty long walk from the ship. These guys that deliver parts out here burn more energy because they've got a further distance to travel. That's the only relationship between their energy. See, Richard had to walk all the way from the ship to this delivery station. And he's resting now by wandering around. Well, I understand what you're trying to say, nerd. It's just I don't see what you're saying as part of the game. I don't see it on the UI, the info card. I don't see it as part of an assembly station or what in the contents of the pallet jack. I just don't see that information you're trying to relate in the game. So if it's not in the game and I can't see it, you know. I fully understand what you just said there, nerd, about ads. Are we back? Almost. 45 seconds. Wow, Omni, that's huge. Awesome job. Indeed, 2:30. It is bedtime a long time ago. Okay, it looks like we're pretty much back. So, Nerd, I understand what you're saying. So, this is one station with one small box, and the contents are these parts. So, the box has a capacity of 50, million pounds. Let's say 50 million pounds, because the game doesn't tell us what it is. It's just that it's 50 something. A chassis is 1.85 million pounds. So if you put 10 of them in, that's 18.5 million pounds out of a capacity or top capacity of 50 million, right? If you put 20 in there, that's 37 million pounds out of 50 million pounds. So a small box can handle, 20, 37, 40, 50. So about 24 chassis before you reach the capacity of 50 million pounds, right? Or tons, or kilograms, or whatever you want to call it, all right? So, because of the weight of a single chassis being 1.85, and let's take a steering base, which is 0.075. 100 of those would be 7.5 million pounds. 200 of those would be 15 million pounds. 400 would be 30 million pounds. 600 would be 45 million pounds. So you could hold 600 steering bases in a small box if it was just steering bases. 23 or 24 chassis if it was just chassis in a box, okay? We understand how to multiply. So we've got a combination of different parts, not a single part. And the combination of 2 times everything here gives us 12.2 million pounds in a box that holds 50 million pounds. If it was only 1 times everything, it would only be 6.1. So I understand what the number of parts and their corresponding weight adds up to, whether they can actually be stored in that storage. So that part's very clear. That's very easy to figure out. Here's our capacity. 12.2 of all parts ordered in a box that can hold 50 million pounds. And we've got 12.2 million pounds in it. 2 of everything. Well, in this case, 2 of everything except for the ones the mechanics are pulling out and the transporters are putting back in, but we're nowhere near exceeding our 50 million capacity. All right, so hang on, let me see. So the bug is if you have an order of, say, 25 tires and only 25 tires, The delivery will be 5 tires, even though your transporter could carry 15. We don't know how many the transporter can carry. There is no metric in the game that tells us what the capacity is of a transporter. There's nothing in here that says what he can carry. Okay? The delivery will be 5 tires, even though your transporter could carry 15 on his own, assumably. Right now, if you up your orders to 5 of every part, the transporters won't bring all 5. Exactly, Fire. It's ratio. Has room for 50 units worth of item. Each item taking up so many units based on its size. Correct. Trying to assign it a weight value feels like just that's exactly right. And when you take a look, this is the employees, this is the transporters. There is no metric in here whatsoever that says how much weight or how many units of weight a transporter can carry. If there is, I don't see it. Not clicking on their personal card or anything. Yeah, I know you told me that a transporter delivered 6 chassis. I don't know how you could tell that. I can't see that in the game by any of the metrics here, any of the UI. There is no UI that tells me what Alan Parker is carrying right here. Or was carrying. Just pick one if somebody is carrying something. All right, Roger Alexander's carrying a box of something. Where in the UI does it say what he's carrying and how many of them? All right, well, tell me. Show me where to click that shows how many he's carrying and what the weight of those products are. All right, I'm paused. I'm on Bruce Coleman. Show me what he's carrying and how many there are. This is great music. Kind of like a little bit of a ballroom waltzing sort of dance. Now follow him to his destination. How do we do that while we're paused? Alright, we'll follow him to his destination. Okay, he just delivered to here. What did he deliver and how many did he deliver? All right, let's pick somebody else. See, we don't know where he's going because you can't assign them yet. This pin right here, assignments, you can't assign them anywhere yet, so we don't know where he's going. But we'll see if we can tell before he puts it down, which will be a timing thing. Okay, looks like he's going here. Alright, so we have 1 chassis, 2 engines, 2 exhausts, 1 floor panel, 2 fuel tanks, 2 gearbox, 2 gear levers, 2 grills, 1 pedal, 2 radiators, 2 roof panels, 1 steering base, 1 suspension, 2 suspension. Okay? Now, let's watch him put it down. Oh, it wasn't that one. It was this one. All right, so there's 1 bumper, 1 dashboard, 1 fender, 1 steering wheel. Okay, so he's going to be delivering to one of these fender dashboard bumper slots or the steering wheel, so far that we can see. No, he's not going there. He's going to this one. So he's either going to deliver 1 door, 1 hood, 1 light, or 1 turn light. Okay? Where is he? Right there. Alright, so these numbers just changed. 1 door, 1 hood, 1 hood. Those numbers just changed. So he's carrying 5 parts. And we saw the door change, the hood change, and the hood change. Well, we just saw he delivered 5 parts. He delivered 1 door, 1 hood, 1 hood. Actually, it was 3 parts. Unless that door was also a 1, in which case he just delivered 4 parts. Because none of these changed. So he just delivered 3 or 4 parts. Between the left and right door, the front and back hood. Okay? I think one of those was a 2 already. So he basically delivered 3 parts. All right, let's say it was a 1 rear door and 1 hood each, front and back hood. Okay? Rear door is 0.275, 0.2 and 0.2 is 0.4, so 0.675 is what he was carrying that time. We don't know that that's the same amount he carries every time, or that it's the same parts that he carries every time, and it could very well be different every time. So what you're telling me, by your math, is that he has a carrying capacity of 0.675 pounds, kilograms, whatever. Correct? And he's a level 4. Well, hang on, before we move away from your topic, he's a level 4, and you're telling me he only carried 0.675 pounds worth of parts. Correct? Which, by that theory, if we took somebody like Ralph Carter, who's only a level 3, I agree with you 100%, Fire. I agree 100%. And the shorter distance they have to travel, the less energy they expend while carrying parts. Here's a level 3. Let's see if George Davis is carrying more than or less than 0.675 pounds of something to wherever he's going. Looks like he's going here. So there's one chassis, one engine, one floor panel, one pedals, one steering base, one suspension, and another suspension. Let's see which change. There's 2 right here on it. So George is first and Richard is second. So let's see who delivers first. A chassis. So George just delivered a chassis. Chassis is 1.025. So a level 3 just delivered a heavier load of parts, which is 1 chassis, than the level 4 delivered more parts, but it was only a capacity of 0.675. So the level 4 carried less. I'm trying to figure out what the value of the information is. I'm kind of on board with Firehammer here. How does determining how much they're carrying this trip versus what size box he picks up for the next trip versus what size box he picks up for the next trip, how is that relevant to how fast the production line can move and assemble parts or cars? I'm just trying to find the value of the information. Because in game, and this is my whole point, in game, there is not a single metric in game that tells us what the transporter is carrying without having to do some magic and deducing what they're carrying by looking at the before and after, blah, 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 which I'm saying 99% chance it's different every time they go back to the ship and pick up a different box and bring it back. So what's the value? Of course my storage can be larger. That's why this one's a 7.5 and this one's only a 50. Of course my storage can be higher. This box has a storage capacity of 75 somethings, weight-wise. This box, of course, being the small one, has a capacity of 50. I'm not playing with robots yet. I don't have robots yet. So again, what is the value of the information of knowing that? And what is the value of going to all the trouble to try and figure out if it's not presented in the UI? Here's the employee's info card. He's transporting goods. Okay, what goods? And how much do those goods weigh? I don't want to have to go to the trivial work of trying to figure out the before and after in the box that should be displayed right here. You know? And so far, it doesn't play a part in how fast my cars get manufactured. Because right now, all my mechanics are happy that there are parts available when they need them to put them on the car. And when the car makes it to the end of the production line in 36 days, from start to finish, I've got a car in 36 days. Doesn't matter how many parts these guys are carrying. At this point, it doesn't. If it does matter when I get to robots, then we'll have to take a look at that, but we're still missing the information in the UI. What parts is this guy transporting? How many of them? What do they weigh? And if the storage capacity of the box has already been reached, if it's already at 50 and he's trying to deliver it here, what then? Does he drop the box or does he take it back or what? We don't know. We're not at that point yet. So that's what I'm not saying your information is wrong. I'm not saying that it's invaluable. I'm just saying I can't assign a value to it right now because it doesn't work into the current production rate. Ah, couldn't see it in time. Didn't click it on in time. But I know this car is getting done in 39 days. This one's getting done in 47 days at inspection. And this one is usually hitting about 41 to 45 days as well by the time it reaches inspection. No worries, Fire. Thanks for the lurk. Have a great day at work, buddy. Oh, I forgot to ask you how your back was feeling. I agree with Firehammer's assessment 100%. The cars are not running into each other on the assembly line. We got that sorted out. So all I want to do is just kind of maybe shorten the number of days it takes, which means increasing the speed of the mechanics. That one's at 31 days by the time he reaches Station 4. This one's at 41 days when he reaches Station 4. Or Station 3. Alright, what do we got? 36 days at inspection, 48 days at inspection. 36, 48. On average, 36 and 48. And this one is at 47 days at inspection. 48. So 36, 37, 48, and 48. So that's not too shabby. And none of them are getting held up or crashing into each other between assembly stations. So we got that part sorted out as well. Now, we still got a number of guys that are still getting exhausted, probably because we either don't have enough transporters, and these guys are running back to the ship twice before taking a rest break, or they're having to walk too far to get to their delivery spot from the freight ship. So let's see how many trips he takes. I don't think his energy gets above 75 before he gets back to the ship. $85, $88, $90. Okay, he made it to 98% before he made it back to the ship. Oh no, he didn't even make it to the ship. Okay. All right, hang on, nerd. We'll get to that. 15 mechanics, yes. So what I have is, on this line, I have 4 mechanics. 1 senior mechanic, 3 junior mechanics. This line has 5 mechanics. 2 senior mechanics, 3 junior mechanics. This line has 6 mechanics, 2 senior mechanics, and 4 junior mechanics. They're assigned. So there's 6 just for assembly line 14. There are 5 for assembly line 3, and there are 4 assigned for assembly line 5. So 4, 5 is 9, and 6 is 15 mechanics. And you're saying it takes like 4 or 5. When fenders go on in station 2, there's 4 fenders and there's 4 mechanics. There goes 1 fender, there goes 2 fenders, there goes 3 fenders, and the 4th fender was already on. So what's the problem with that? Other car has more. Other car has more fenders than 4. Other car has more mechanics. I've got 2 other cars. I've got 3 cars in total. 1 is the blue one we were just looking at, and 2 others. What are we talking about? Now, each of my cars only has 4 fenders. This car has 4 fenders, this car has 4 fenders, this car has 4 fenders. All my cars have the same number of fenders. The other line. All right, which one of the 2 other lines still has 4 fenders? This line only has 4 fenders. This one has 2 running boards, but it's classified as fenders, 6. But we also have 6 employees assigned to it. So the number of employees I have assigned to this line is the number of maximum parts per station. So line 14, station 2, Station 2 has 6 fenders, so we have a maximum of 6 mechanics assigned to it. Each one can carry a fender at a time. So what if he's on break? I got mechanics that are idle all the time, which means there's actually no work for them to do. See all these idles? They've all got plenty of energy, they're all 100% happy, and they all have 100% motivation, and they're all getting their parts on the truck, on the car. I have rarely seen my mechanics go into rest mode. They'll go into idle mode and regain their energy, but they never go into rest mode like the transporters do. Because they all have plenty of time to do their job, which is why all 3 columns are green. There is no holdup on that line, other than they're waiting for parts to come in for supplies, but that's not a big issue because there's 2 of everything on that station. There's 2 of everything on this station with the exception of 1, 2, 3 parts. And there's 2 of everything on this station with the exception of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 parts. So they're fully supplied. The mechanics are not overworked. They've got plenty of parts to choose from. There's nothing wrong there. Yeah, if I ramp up, I'll have to rebalance everything. Obviously, if I add another assembly line station, or instead of 3, I'll have to change the quantities in each of these stations because I'll be adding a new one. I'll have to change the number of mechanics because so far the maximum is 6. Sorry, this line right here. 6 mechanics to handle 6 parts going on at one time. If all of those parts are in the supply box at one time, they can all pick up one at one time and put it on at one time. I'd have to rebalance all of that, of course. But so far, it's working perfectly. Not only that, they're getting the car built in anywhere from 36 to 42 days. Where these guys are taking about 47 days. This one's actually on 34th day right now. But I reckon that's going to fall between 45 and 47. There go the headlights. %, complete. Yeah, so it's going to be 45 to 47, just like I said. There we go, 46 days at inspection. So, you know, there's nothing really wrong going on with my mechanics at all. Yeah, that's right. But, I mean, I got people idle, so when a call for something needs for a station, call for 4 parts or 3 parts or 6 parts or 2 parts or whatever, the mechanics of the 6 mechanics, 2 of them would go over to do 2 parts, 3 of them would go over to do 3 parts, 4 of them would go over to do 4 parts. You know, Station 2 is the only one that's going to get 6 called out for 6 parts. At the most, really, is on average, really is about 3 or 4. Yeah, it's not an issue. When I ramp up, of course, I'll have to rebalance. All 6 are called up one time on Station 2 for 6 fenders. Right here, and that's it. Once. The rest are 4s, 3s, and 2s, and 1s. Well, what I'm looking at over here is this metric right here. See these 3 bars that are green across the board? That means they're all happy, they're all paid what they feel like they're worth, they're all motivated, and they're never run down. These mechanics are never run down. I can't say that for the transporters who are run down, you know, down to things like this where they have 0 energy left, their happiness has dropped. So the transporters are the only ones that I cannot assign, and I cannot determine where they go or how many trips they make it to the ship. I can't determine any of that. I can't change any of that. All I can do is increase the number of transporter employees so that they have more chance to rest in between going and getting another load without sacrificing the delivery rate. They are trained. So I have one trained at a level 5. He still drops down to 0 every once in a while. I have the rest are level 4s except for the level 3s that I just hired. So no difference. Here's a level 4 that went all the way to 0. This level 5, he went down to 10%. So it's not got to do anything with their training level, because poor Scott Howard gets just as exhausted depending on how far he has to travel from the ship to the furthest delivery station, the furthest pallet away. And sometimes he'll do 2 trips at a time without taking a rest. Again, something I can't affect. Other than I send, and unless I babysit them, and when they get down into the orange or near the red, I send them to rest manually. But I'm not going to sit here and babysit them. You know what I mean? I don't think that's part of the intention of the game, is to babysit all the transporters. I don't think that has a significant enough impact to manually send them to a rest break when they can't determine that they need to rest. The mechanics do just fine. Why the transporters can't, and why the transporters can't be assigned, and why there are no mods active, I don't know. So we just work with what we have. And in this case, I'm going to probably have to hire more transporters. So I hired these 6 to help compensate for the workload of the level 4s and the level 5. Level 5's, see, he's already down to 6-7% before he decides to go take a rest. So training him up from a 3 to a 5 didn't have any impact. And of course, adjusting his pay according to his level to keep him at 100% motivation, which is $6 an hour. Every level is $6. So right now I'm trying to figure out if increasing the number of transporter employees will help reduce the number of trips they make to the ship and back, and give them more time to rest and be idle in between picking up more parts to deliver. Owing to the fact we cannot affect their assignments. Right now we have no way to assign them to anything anywhere. Unclickable. And it turns out giving them bonuses don't do anything either, other than raises their happiness. That's it. Doesn't change how much energy they expend. It has an immediate effect on their happiness, but that's all. However, it's an early access game. So these are the things that I'm hopeful for will get added because we can see the metrics in it. Yeah, happiness is. See his happiness? I can give him a bonus and it'll go up 100% immediately. Now, whether that plays a part in how much energy he expends, I'm saying is 0. All I did was make him happy, but it didn't stop his energy from draining or didn't help it increase any faster. Right. So right now, anything that affects happiness is making sure the motivation is at 100% and making sure his energy doesn't drop down too long below the threshold. Otherwise, the happiness starts to drain. Worked. Sorry, I'm back. My transporters are overworked right now. Because the issue is I don't have enough transporters to go get the supplies. My mechanics are 100% satisfied. They have always got parts when they need them, so they have a chance to sit down, have a cigarette, have a donut, have a coffee. They're idle. They don't have to go into rest mode at all. They just take a quick break, they're good to go. They're green across the board. That's because I have more supply than I have demand, and that's the whole ticket, the whole key to the issue. You always have to have more supply than you have demand for, otherwise you got unhappy mechanics. And in any factory game, that's where there's success or failure. If you don't have enough supplies coming in to meet the demand, you're failing. So you need to take a look at your supply chain. If you've got plenty of supplies coming in, and your mechanics always have the parts they need when they turn around to the storage rack to get them, then everybody's happy. Except for the transporters, in this case, are probably overworked because I don't have enough of them. I've only got 20 supporters, and they've got a long walk to the ship, all the way out to the furthest supply pallets. These two right here. This one's probably the longest trip for them, so the transporters get the most tired. See how he's down, his energy's down because he's delivering all the way over here. And then gonna go all the way back to the ship. Looks like he's actually gonna rest before he does. He is. He's walking, but he's resting. So walking around doesn't expend their energy. Carrying boxes does expend their energy. So now he's resting a little bit more. Now he's going. Now it says he's going to transport, but he's not on his way to transporting yet. Now he is, and he doesn't have anything in his hands yet. But he got up to 75%, which is not acceptable. He should be able to recover 100% of his energy before he gets a box and starts carrying it to wherever he carries it to. Now see, he didn't carry it down to here. He's carrying it up to here this time. Where'd he go? I lost him, but we'll take a look at Williams. Or William Williamson. He got up to 100%, but now he's going to rest. Hold on, that's a mechanic. I lost my... Was it Ronald? Scott Howard is level 5. He should never be down that far on energy. He's trained up to level 5. He's got muscles. He shouldn't be getting exhausted. Alright, he made it to 70%, but didn't stay long enough to make it to 100%. So he got himself a box of parts. Let's see what station he delivers to and how many times. He's already down to 30% energy expended as a level 5. That's pathetic. That's all the way out to this station right here. I have level 3s that perform better than that. He's at 73% and he stopped resting. He immediately went to transporting goods. He's not carrying anything, but he's losing energy. Now he's got himself a small box. Let's see if he goes to here again. No. He went to a different spot down here. Now he's down to 33% energy. Does he head to go get resting? No. He's at 30% and he's heading out to more freight. That's wrong. As soon as he hits a threshold, he should automatically be going to rest. And now he's got himself a really big box, delivering to the furthest distance, almost. Yeah, so there's work to be done on these AI transporters. Does he sit and rest? He is resting, but he's walking around while resting. And he went to 76% and stopped. The recharge? Yeah. He never made it to 100% while resting before he went to transporting goods. That tells me there's not enough time for him to rest because parts are here and need to be delivered. That tells me I don't have enough employees. I don't have enough transporters because they're not splitting the workload, or it's split between all of them and there's too many parts coming in. Yep, I can go with that. Mine are all set to 2s. 2 of everything when I come in. That's why the mechanics always have parts. My mechanics always have parts because I'm ordering 2 of everything every time an order goes in. So I never have a shortage of parts, but I do have a shortage of employees because they can't. I haven't seen that make an impact at all. You're talking about this order renewal level of 30%? %, of who knows what. And press this plus on the number ordered to make it a ×2, and this one can stay on ×1, and I'm still going to get 2 times the parts. I can use the multiplier to make it 2 at, and the price being doubled up, and I'm still going to get 2. So far as I can tell, this isn't playing a part at all. See? 100% means when I order 2, I get 2. 30%, when I order 2, I still get 2. So as far as I'm concerned, that renewal level doesn't play a part. All right, tell me what this does and why it was set to 30 to begin with as a default. Right, the MG Roadster 1. That's this line right here, the MG Roadster. This is another feature I can't wait to see it get unlocked. I don't know what it is or what it does, but that'll be fun to see. Alright, there are 20 separate parts in the order. Yes, that's right. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. There are 20 parts in this station. So in this first station, there are 20 parts. 20 different parts. And I am ordering 2 of each part every time an order goes in. So when 30% are gone, which is, right, 7-ish parts, that's when the refill order goes out, not when it's empty. Correct. I'm with you. So when supplies get down to 30% of a full box, so a full box is 12, 30% is 4. So when this gets down to a capacity of 4, a reorder goes out. %30 of 12 is 40 or 4. Oh, sorry, ads just popped through. Yep, no worries. They'll be over in just a second. Twitch almost never delivers 3 minutes worth of ads. Just let me know when you're back. Okay, everybody should be back. I'm sure nobody got 3 full minutes worth of ads. Right, so when this storage container gets down to 30% full, which is only 4 pounds, 4 kilograms, for whatever of something, 30% of 12 is 4. When it gets down to 4, all the parts are ordered again. Even though they may not need those parts. Right. But it never goes over 2. It never goes. So even if they order the parts, it doesn't matter. They're not going to pick them up and deliver them, or they can't deliver them because it's full. 2 ordered in storage. So if they have 2 in storage, even though an order may go out, they're not going to pick up something they don't need because they don't have anywhere to put it. So let's say we've gotten down to 4 and we need more parts. We've gotten down to our 30% and a call out for parts go out, and we already have 2 pedals. The order is for 2 pedals. Oh, I get that changed. We have 2 grills and the order for 2 grills go out. There's nowhere to put 2 grills. So what happens to those extra parts they order that we don't need? And just for a future reference, we've never gone down to 0 because we have our reorder set to 30%, which was the default. All right, well, if it's only replacing what's missing, that's great. Which means we're not over-ordering. Which means we're not over-ordering. All right, why is it not great? What's the impact? Transporter is being called for 7 parts when they could carry the full refill. Okay. Okay, so what do you think the solution is? So right now this station needs 1 part. Two, three, 4, 5, because they just picked up, or the mechanics just picked up more parts. So now we got 6 parts we need, 7 parts. All right, now we need 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, parts got delivered. All right, so what do you think the solution is? And we got $750,000 in the bank account. All right, we'll do that. We'll do that for this station. Now we've got 1 of everything. Well, now we've got almost 2 of everything. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's all full now, except for 1. Poor Alan Parker. Poor Alan Parker. Level 4, and he just can't keep his... Oh, he's at level 4. No wonder. That should help. He should be $6 an hour. Or $6 per level. I've only got 1 employee that's $1 above his 24 for the level. 6 times 4. I put him $1 above just to see how often he loses his energy and motivation. Alan Parker's a lot happier now. All right, so what impact, if any, do we see on our transporters when this station is set to 10%? I don't see much, so let's do this. Let's see, this car was getting completed in 37 days, 38 days. That's not been impacted. 39 days, that's not so bad. It's usually 36, but 39 is not so bad. So, let's go ahead and change this to 10%, just for experimentation. Now, even though I changed that to 10%, if I X out of it, it doesn't stay unless I confirm the order. So this should be confirm the change, whether it's to percentage, the name of the vehicle, number of parts that are ordered. You always have to press place order. That part we figured out. So we'll change this one to 10. So all 4 stations will be set to 10. Okay. When exit out, autosave. Can't turn it off. You think that's a bad thing? That when you exit, it doesn't autosave right then? So the way I look at it is when you exit and an autosave is performed and you come back to the game and launch it, you can click continue. Yeah, it autosaves the game on exit. That's pretty handy. So when you relaunch the game and you press continue, it loads that last autosave and you're exactly where you were when you exited the game. I'm not seeing an impact. I'm seeing roughly the same number of transporters that are energy depleted. If you run it to test something, I don't want it saved. I want to make sure the game does it right. Then I'll implement it. All right, so we've lost production. So now instead of 36 to 37 days in production, now it's 41 days per car. All right, so in order to do what you're talking about, let's say you're gonna open up a brand new save and test something. You save that file as test drive. Autosave saves when you exit. So then when you want to go back to your normal game save and play that one, you load it. You don't press continue, otherwise it will automatically load your test save to continue. I don't see a problem there. So let's say I wanted to do a test. Let's say everything I just did right here was a test. I would do new save, test drive, and save. Now, if I resume, do we get a hint? That's the one we just saved. That was last night. All right, so we're actually on one called test save. Now, if we save game on top of our last playthrough, now we're on RW Motors. Well, I can see how that might be a little problem there. Because you can't go back before the test. Yeah, you actually have to do manually. Yeah, you would have to manually save. Yeah, that's kind of sucky. So basically what you would have to do is you'd have to either, before you start testing, you would do a save it as your normal game, resume, and then you would have to start doing your testing, and then save it as your test drive, and then load your game just prior to the testing. So your test drive will have your testing saved, and then you reload just prior to testing back on your normal save. That's what you'd have to do. So always save just prior to doing a test. And then when you're done doing a test, go back to that save just prior to testing.
Attention, we are being followed. Shall I dispatch the welcoming drones?
Absolutely, Jeeves. Thank you very much for that. And Nerd, thanks for the follow, but duck a little bit, because Jeeves' welcoming drones fly a little bit low. If you don't want a haircut, I say duck. Yeah, you know what? That's saving and stuff, that routine of saving, I think it needs to have a little bit more info. For doing that kind of thing. For now, it looks to me like the best way to do that is do a save. Save it as your normal game. Then do the testing setup that you want to do. And then go back and load your save. And that way you're right back to where you were before the testing. Oh, top number 14 here. Second stage right here. You know what I would love to know, other than running a timer, I'd love to see something in the UI, because this days only tells us how many days on average for the production of a vehicle. And it's saying 47 now. We used to be at 40, 37 to 40. These guys were at 45, and they're saying 49 and 52, which I think that information is wrong. But I'd like to see a production time per station. Yeah, I see the bar graph behind them going up and down, fluctuating. It's only showing the current one. So currently it takes 47 days to produce a car. Back here it was a little bit longer, or a little bit shorter. But we also reduced all these to 10%. So we reduced these to 10%, and now it's taking longer to produce a car. Let's see if this gets closer to 36. I doubt it, seriously. It used to be at 36. But I have a feeling it's going to be close to 47 days. So we've actually, by reducing to 10% on our ordering, we've increased the production time by 10 days on average. But anyway, let's take a look at Station 2. I'd love to see a time. I mean, what's the point of these? There's like one part here. There's one part here. You can't even hover it over to see. This must be the part quantity. There's 3. All right. That one's closer. That's 40 days. 39 days now, 40 days. That's closer to the 36 we were getting. Well, let's take a look at Station 2 like you were talking about. Hold on just a second. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that, I'm back. Yes, I believe I can hire some mechanics. I've got room to do that. What can we see from here? So, we don't get any hover tips. I can see parts going in, it looks like. Is that what the mechanic is carrying? Or is that what parts are available? That's actually what the mechanics are carrying at the moment. A window? No. Yep, because the window just went on. So this must be what the mechanics are carrying. So what were you looking at when you were saying look at the second stage slowing things down? This stage right here. All right. Shoot, that's the wrong kind of timer. That's a countdown timer. I need a stopwatch. Don't have a stopwatch. Bummer. See, I want to know how long it takes each station to be processed. Yeah, I actually had 3 floaters at one time, but I reckon we can do that. 4 floaters to make up the difference. So let's get one of those. Definitely don't want one for 7. Oh, no, I only had enough room for 2 more. Alright, hold on. Alright, we got 2 floaters. Well, no, I mean, not, I'm just talking about for each stage. How long it takes for all of stage 2 to be completed, how long it takes for stage 3, and then see that graph. That's per week, production cost, jobs per week, and that's the entire average car production line. I want to see how long it takes for a station to be completed, allowing for the fact that it's going to have a little bit of roller coaster up and down, but be able to take an average from that per station out of 4 stations. You know, how long it takes for the average time for stage 1 to be completed. It says 7 days. Oh no, that doesn't even tell you. That just tells you the car. I want an average, so that was about 10 days for that position, but then it doesn't start at 0 here, so I don't know how many days it takes for that stage. You know what I mean? We're missing an important metric there. Assembly time per station. That would be a convenient fact. Which, you know, the assembly time per station includes bathroom breaks, coffee breaks, rest breaks, called away to assist another station or whatever. Takes all of that into consideration and then gives you an average time that car sits on that assembly line station. That's what I want to know. How long for that step in the process? Which also helps you to prevent from pushing another car into that station before it's ready too soon, which helps you balance out all the stages of that production. So you don't have stage 1 completing in, say, 15 minutes, stage 2 taking 30 minutes, and then you got stage 1 backed up behind it and can't advance. You know what I mean? The only way I see right now to mitigate that issue is to determine how many parts are being planned for that stage. So right now the way I've got it is the highest number of parts to install per assembly station is on stage 1. Then stage 2 is fewer parts than stage 1. Then stage 3 is fewer parts than stage 2, and so on and so on. 4, 8, 12, 13. I do have 13 on station 3. But strangely enough, the 12 on station 2 take longer to assemble than the parts on stage 3. So stage 2 never runs into stage 3. Isn't that weird? More parts to assemble, but they get assembled faster than the 4, 8, 12, the 13 parts on station 3. Isn't that weird? I would like station 1 to be less than 20 parts, but oddly enough, when I had 16 parts on station 1 and those 4 parts went to station 2, which were 16 parts, I would move those 4. So if I add 4 to station 2, I subtract 4 and move them to the next one, and so on. They kept bashing into each other. So station 1 had to take the longest time in order to get the other 3 balanced out. Because when you move one line at a time, it depends on whether it's pulling 4 parts from that station and adding it to the next one, or whether it's just one. So you can't move just one line. You got to count the number of parts. So if I add 4 at the front and only take 1 off the back, that's adding 3 to my already 12, which is 15. So then I would have 16, 15, then 13, then 6. So I could do that, but that ended up being a time issue. Those 16 parts up here were being assembled faster than these 14 parts, or 15. Yeah, because we knocked one off. You know what? So far we haven't seen an impact with 10%, other than it increased the amount of time it took to produce the car. Didn't impact how tired the transporters are getting. Yep, look at content. Which content? Sorry. Content. Yeah, they were all ones before. Well, not. Actually, they're about the same. About half ones and half twos. Which is basically what they are right now. These are all ones. Except for a couple. These are all twos. These are all ones. So the last station is all filled up. So when the car moves forward, the mechanics have plenty of parts to come over and do the job. That's right, mostly lights. Headlights, taillights, turn signals. So now the parts are available. We've got 1 mechanic, 2 mechanics, 3 mechanics, 4 mechanics. Another mechanic. Done. So that's a fast turnaround, but what I want to see is how quick that was. That's what kills me. That's what kills me. I just can't see the timing on that. It was fast. It was about 15 seconds. Incredibly light load. You're punny. That was punny. They're actually moving faster now. Day 36. 37, 38. They're a little bit faster now. 40 days to get to inspection. See, I increased that to 20. And it picked up speed ever so slightly, and I know it's going to take an average over a month or two for that to average out because of where the mechanics are going to place parts in the car. It's full. This guy just took wheels off, but now it's almost full, except for 2 doors. Left and right door. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 mechanics just put 4 lights on. And 2 more. 1, 2. Done. This has got one of everything now. So they just used one of everything, and then boom, they almost all filled up immediately, except for a seat and a windshield. So as soon as they finished putting all those parts down, it brought the quantity count down to 1. They almost filled up immediately, except for 2. Now they got their seat and their windshield, and parts are going onto the car already. We're just waiting for dashboard waiting for a seat and windshield. Seat went on. Windshield went on. All parts are on. Now let's see what happens with the delivery of the next. Boom, everything except for the windshield got loaded. The percentage on this order, I moved it back to 20%. I moved all 4 stations to 20%. %, had slowed it down. So we were up over 40 days per car. And now look, we're at, when it was at 20%, it was about 41, 42 days per car. Now we're at 32 days by the time it hits the inspection. not sure. So if we did a 100%, right, so the way you explained it made sense. So when the storage of the box gets down to 20% of its normal capacity, which is 12.2, that makes it 6.1. No, 20%, 1/5. 30% was 4. So 20% is 2.75. Yeah, so we're sitting at 20%, so it's actually ordering parts when there's about 2.75 left in the box. If you set it to 100%, it's going to be continuously ordering parts regardless of what's in the box, right? Because 100% of 12.2 is 12.2. So it would be ordering even when it's got all the parts it needs, if it was at 100%. So the order renewal level tells me that when it drops down to 20% of the parts that needs to be there, that's when it orders. Or it could mean as soon as the order quantity drops by 20%, which means only 1/5 of the 12.2, then it orders again. If the order renewal level drops to 100%, which is not a drop at all, I don't know. Yeah, only missing parts, that's right. That's why I say if right now the total number of parts, the total number of parts that get ordered is 12.2. Right, it won't overfill. So if there's no parts to deliver, it won't deliver any parts. It doesn't overfill because there's nowhere to place the parts. So the way I look at it is, for this station, station number 1, all of the parts add up to 12.2. Okay? So when all the parts are here in the box, which is 2 times everything, it's 12.2. So the order renewal level happens when 20% of the parts are missing. What? Sound, Mike? What? Did something happen with the mic? Or the game sound? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. I'm hearing everything. Hey, Chris, how are you? Yeah, I'm hearing everything. Nerd, you either you might have muted the tab, or your system volume might have muted, or something else. I'm getting all the sounds coming back to me on my laptop just fine. So I'm broadcasting from my PC, and I'm receiving it back on my laptop, and I hear all the sounds. You might have just hit a button, Nerd, that muted the stream for a minute, either inside the stream or inside the tab or inside your system sounds. It might have just muted for a minute with an accidental key press. You could have had a buffer too. It might have went through buffer. Oh, have you, Chris? I bet you're ready for a break or a rest, hey? That's 35 days. That's 36 days to inspection. Nerd, that actually worked out because we were averaging 40 to 41 when we were on 10% ordering. And we just changed that to 20% ordering, and that actually sped up the production process. Go figure. I wouldn't surprise if Windows did that either, nerd. I'm running Windows in a virtual machine, and every once in a while, the mic sensitivity drops to like 60%. Windows does that for me. No requests, no user intervention, and I have to manually go in and re-click the sensitivity to bring it back. That's a Windows thing, and it could be the difference between the communication between the host and the client. I'm not sure, but Windows should never adjust any of your settings for you because that's not user intervention, and that's a problem with the OS. That actually does happen though, from time to time. So definitely, absolutely point that out when that happens, when my mic drops out for whatever reason, your end or my end, let me know and I can check real quick. I listen through my laptop, but I have it muted on my laptop because I don't want the feedback loop with my mic, because my mic can hear my laptop. So when I check, I just mute my mic and then listen to my stream to see if I can hear the game sounds and the mic. It's about a 3-second delay, so I can speak, mute, and then listen. But I also watch my audio mixer, because my audio mixer will tell me that I've dropped to like 30-35 dB, which is not loud enough for anybody to hear my mic. And that's when I go in and readjust it to bring it back up to about a 10 or 15. But yeah, that's see, that's the thing that I'm trying to work out, all of the nuances of the game. So obviously all these guys sitting on 20% are completing the car faster. You want to go to 100%? We can go to 100%. You want to do it just on this assembly line, number 14? Yeah, Chris, that's another thing. So I don't monitor my mic in my headphones. I have that turned off. So speaking into the mic, I actually don't hear myself. I'm not monitoring and listening to myself speak into the mic, so I have that turned off. That would drive me bonkers. Yep, I'm with you, nerd. Assembly line 14, the top line. We can experiment with that. You know, we all learn something when we experiment, right? Now, it's going to take it a minute, a month or two. Masked Bandit, how are you doing, madam? Good to see you. We're all good in the Down Under hood. It's warm today. It's supposed to get up to 86 today. Let's see what it's gotten up to. We are already at 90 degrees today. 89.29. And guess what? We are in the middle of winter here in Australia. We are dead in the middle of winter and it's almost 90 degrees. That was about a 42 day, but we'll let a couple more cars go through, nerd. It could have. That's why I said we might let that play out. I'm on a month. We're on a month to month. So we just started March of 87. So we'll let that play out a little bit to see how that balances out with average car production time. Right now he's at 33, 34. That's going to be right at about 36 or 37. As soon as he gets to inspection, 37. So far, not a significant change from the 20%. He's still at 47 days. He's at 40 days, 41 days. 40 days average by the inspection. We'll watch the next one come through. Yeah, you know, I'm fully on board with that. This place order way at the bottom, I think it should be the last line here, or it should be right underneath order renewal level, and then it should be place order. That's too much of a gap, too far at the bottom, hard to see that, hard to find. I think it should be right up here where we're looking. What would happen to the transporter if, say, the last station's order was 10, not 2? Would they still refill when only a couple are gone? Let's take a look at the last station just for a second. All the lights got filled. The car's not there at that station yet. That one just got filled, so this is probably, yep, now it moves. Then all 6 lights get put on. There's 1, there's 2. And 3 and 4, and then 5 and 6. Boom, done. Inspection station. That's 36 days. So at 20% and at 100%, it's 36 days, which is the fastest time for that one. $55. Oh my gosh, Bandit. 55 in the summer? I'd love summers like that. It's kind of cool. 72 is my golden range. Actually, from about 68 to 74 is my golden range. 55 is kind of chilly for summer. And by the way, the weather command is for my weather. But if you do a my weather, and then like Toronto, Canada, if you lived in Toronto, Canada, it should give your weather for Toronto, Canada. Or maybe there's no comma. Or maybe it's the full name. Come on, Spectre. Spectre's not awake yet. Let's just try the city. Oh, I broke Spectre. Or maybe the My Weather's broken. I'll have to get down to GFA about that. But instead of doing My Weather, if you do just weather, it gives My Weather. Let's see if he's changed it. Ah, there we go. Let's try that. There it is. So the command is weather, and then your city, comma, state. I expected that to be about right for Toronto, 65 in the middle of winter. Yeah, so you want to do that as a multiplier or just change the order from 1 to 3 or 4? See, I don't know what the difference is because they both do the same thing. They both multiply the cost. So I really don't know what the difference is. You want to do it on the ordered or on the multiplied? Do order since multi is already 2. Okay, yep. So increase that to 2 or increase it another 1 to make it 6. Do like that. All right, let's watch our content. Let's see what happens. Here comes a big box. Oh, that wasn't for this one. Yep. So 2 on hand. Parts are getting used. 2 more parts should get used. 1, 2, good. Oh, 5, 6 and 5. And that's set at 100%. So it actually brought us all 6. Strangely enough, we don't have another car in its assembly. Isn't that weird? All the parts are there. All the parts are there. All the parts are there. That had a weird effect. Oh, we got ads rolling. Okay. Yeah, I just have add music in when I switch scenes to be right back. You know, we've got 4 floaters. Oh, we've got 2 floaters. That's really interesting, nerd. 100%, 6 parts. 20%, 20%, 20%. It's pretty much all there. Where'd all the mechanics go? I reckon it's because it's imbalanced. Because station 1 is 100%. Did we change them to all? Yeah, we changed them all to 100%. They're all balanced. But that stopped the production too. They've been gone for a while. A 100% means no parts used. That's what it is. Because even Station 1, nothing's happening. There's nothing happening on any of the stations because they're all at 100%, which means no parts being used. That's what 100% is. So I could drop this to 90. I'll bet you Station 1 goes back to work. Almost, maybe? No. Alright, so let's change Station 2 to 90%. Let's get all the stations at 90%. And see if they go back to work. Yeah. Yep. All right, let's go find out what the threshold is. I reckon 50% is going to be the threshold. Where are they working at? Oh, they're all idle. Here they are. They're hanging out. All right, let's go to 50%, see what the threshold is. In production. Actually, it didn't change much about the exhaustion level. Look at this guy. 0 happiness, 0 energy. Still nothing happening on the production line. Not full up either. They're not delivering. I know, right? That's funny though, because we got one bathroom here. You can't put a bathroom or a toilet in a room. It's got to go out in the open there. That's funny. Basically, that's just another chair. Yeah, but I don't want to go to all that trouble. Making a small room and a small employee area inside that room and then putting a toilet in there. Man, I took some medicine for this headache, but this splitting headache ain't going away. Build a small building outside the building to move it. Yeah. There he goes. He's resting. See? Pants up and everything. It's just another chair. Unlink the mechanics. I actually think we're gonna get... See, we're at 50%. I actually think they will go back to work when this is down to 20. And then we'll put this one down at 20. Because 30 was the default. I have a feeling that has something to do with it. Or we broke it by putting it on 100%. Oh, hang on a second. We might have to unpin it or unlink it. Yeah, Chris, I was thinking that very thing. So if we paused production or even stopped production and then just restarted it, that could have an effect as well. May have to do what Nerd suggested and just unpin them or unlink them. Yeah, that's why I did both a pause and a stop to see if that would trigger a change. Yeah, Nerd, I'm almost certain that that's exactly what'll have to happen. But that's a lot of parts that are going to go to needing to be... No, it shouldn't. Shouldn't change anything. Might have to order all those parts again, I'm not sure. There he goes. We broke it. 11111. Still a couple here that need to be used. Yep, fire away, Nerd. Yeah, I thought, I had a rethink on that, Chris. That's why I went ahead and changed it and put it back. The parts didn't disappear. They were just sitting there waiting to be used. You mean because there's too many in storage? You think that's what borked it? Yeah, you might be right on that. see if this does something first. Oops. Still 6. I think, Chris, it's just going to build another stage 1. But I think Nerd's right. I'm going to have to delete that palette because it's the contents of the palette that's kind of screwing with the whole... kind of screwing with the whole process. Alright, that's full up. That's full up 2 by 2. That's full up 2 by 2. 2 by 2. That should get it moving to the next phase. There it goes. No, it doesn't. I think what it did is it borked it, Chris. Because let's do some numbers here. No, we're way far, 50. So we had 6 times 0.3. We only had 1.8. 6 times that, right. We had 1.8 in a capacity of 50. So we had 6 parts. So it was well below its threshold. Well, it's early access, nerd. That's the big thing. There's a lot of stuff in here. There's a lot of content planned, obviously. We can see that. Not everything is functional yet. I can see it being easy to bork, like we did one operation by, you know, using numbers I think that go beyond the game's calculation. I know, right? You know, 1.8 out of 50. That's nothing. That's nowhere near capacity, obviously. I think the 100% was the trigger. I think the 100% was the trigger because if you think about it logically, 100% on the parts renewal means don't replace parts. Yeah, I think that has to be looked at by the devs to rethink that calculation. Yes, Chris, exactly, Crust, exactly. My thoughts exactly. Logically, that's correct, nerd. It doesn't mean that you can't take the parts just because there's an overabundance of them. But it's all about the game calculations, the algorithm used, how the information is parsed and used, you know, probably needs to be revisited. I'm happy to live with that because it's early access and obviously easily fixable. But I think introducing something that you know, logically doesn't make sense to us would also make no sense to the game. So putting this on 100% or putting this on 6 times, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't the 6 times because, you know, we changed that after we had it on 100%. Nerd, I would almost agree with you except for one thing. This is the first chapter on the Book of Understanding Women. Chapter 1. This is the Book of Understanding Women, Chapter 1. Oh, that's the forward. Okay, that's right. I had that wrong. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think the setting that borked it was moving it up to 100, not putting it on 6. So since this is now back in production, let's experiment one more time. And see what happens. I think it was because we put it on 100% before we changed the 6 times. Now let's see what happens on our storage. Yeah, I know that doesn't make sense, nerd, but I think that's what it is. Yeah, Chris, that's why I changed it to 6. Now it's got 6. Let's see what happens when it progresses to the fourth assembly position. Yeah, let's see what happens. I think I borked it when I put it on 100%. Yep, they're getting lights. See? They're getting lights. So it wasn't the times 6. And station 3 and C, that'll get used again when it drops to 20%. So in actuality, this will get used until it drops down to 20% of what's ordered. It's in the box. The other way. They're still doing station 3, so it'll get past the station 4. So it wasn't the time 6, it was definitely the 100% that I borked it with. All right, Chris is usually pretty spot on. Chris is pretty spot on. He's a no-joke bloke. All right, this should drop to 4s. Oh, that was interesting. 39 days. I think I started in 1930, was it? I started in 1930 or 1940. I don't like the way it progresses because your research doesn't match, you know, the year model. Unless you're constant. Oh, I don't even have a blueprint selected. Wow. Did I get a new one already? See, this truck is not a 1989 truck. This is like a 1958 to 1960 truck. That's not right. That's not right. See, we're in 1989. That's just not right. No, there was actually, even though I started in 1940, these are what I started with. So it didn't match. So if that's what you started with in 1900, the research tree does not match the year that you start the game in. That's what kind of sucks. I was into 1960 when I had the Beetle researched. And then we got these. The 57 Thunderbird, I had researched out of the random research back in 1957, so that actually matched the year that I was producing this car. And then the Porsche was right behind it. But that only works when I go into the research and I do the unknown. That only shows up when I do the unknowns. If I do the selected normal research, which is, or the tier car right here, if I do the tier car, it just goes right along with the tier and does not specifically match the year that we're in, which is really weird. Yeah, robots take out jobs. They take out the need for mechanics. That was a 39-day job. That's not bad. 36 to 39 was our average on that. It's staying at 5, 6, so it's 6s again. So what the deal is, at 20%, it orders fairly soon. If I change this to 50%, if I change that to 50%, then it won't reorder until this gets down to 3. Assuming. So we'll watch and see what happens there. 50%. Yeah. We'll watch and see what happens. That inventory should go down to 3 before the more is ordered or more is brought. Oh, well. Yeah, no worries, nerd. It will be interesting to see. They're still bringing parts. They're bringing parts at 50%. I would expect that to drop to 3 when it's set to 50%. One. And then 2 more mechanics to get the turn signals. 1, 2. Bam, bam. Now that should stay at a 5 until it's done again. That's a 40-day production. Oh, they're already bringing parts to fill it up. So 50% doesn't make a difference. Sure didn't help. That's weird. One. 2 more mechanics. Put on the 2 tail lights. Okay, cool, nerd. Be interesting to see what the replies are on that. So even at 50%, they're restocking right away. Bada bing, bada boom. Boom, boom, boom. And one more. And there it is. Bing. So even at 50%, they're restocking right away. So the renewal level, you would assume, drops down to 50% of what's in the carton or what's inside the pallet. Yeah, I don't get that. Let's put it back on 20% like it was for everybody else. Alright, they used one of each. But parts were already coming before I changed that, so now they're restocked. Yeah, it's interesting trying to figure out how the game is operating behind the scenes. You know, how the calculations are done. Alright, mechanics are taking one of each. And then the 2 turn signals. Boom, boom. And that's a 36-day instead of a 39-day. Let's see how soon it gets restocked now at 20%. Yep, all 6 of them right there. Same as the one it's set to 50%. Exactly the same when it's set to 50%. Guys are still getting tired. Did you still want to see if a new more mechanics would make a difference? More floaters? Adding 2 more floaters? I gotta research them. 0%? I don't know, you wanna try it? See what happens? Let's see what happens. We tried 100% and borked it. Let's see if 0% borks it. I'll bet you 0% uses all the parts and does not reorder. Yeah, I reckon Chris is right. I bet you it creates a black hole, we get sucked into it, and we end up in the dry R system. And I'll bet you nobody caught that reference, movie reference. Work from home? Yeah. Oh look, parts are getting reordered. And delivered. Oh, a wormhole. Yeah. Not a black hole. Alright, it got down to 5, and guess what? They just delivered one of everything. Well, I can't figure that. That is definitely set to 0%. Renewal level. And yet... Well, so far we know it does have an effect, so the slider doesn't do anything until you put it on 100%, then it stops everything. 2% milk fat. Alright, let's make sure everything gets there first, which is coming along. Oh, you know what? Okay, it's 5%. There should be a box coming along here pretty soon. There it is. That box right there. Boom. 6 across the board. Alright, 2% milk fat. I reckon that's not going to have any more effect than the rest, I bet you. Alright, 4 lights went on, 2 front, 2 back. Waiting for the turn signals, here they come. Bada bing, bada boom. That was a 42 day. And here comes supplies. It's either that guy or that guy. Fill them all up. Let's see how many days this guy takes. 42 was the last one. $38 on that one. That's really interesting. Here comes our refill. Boom. Yep, that's right, nerd. That's what I've discovered. which is kind of annoying because you would think I've got enough lights for 6 cars, that's right. And I can't cancel the order and have them work off the stock in the box or in the pallet. Once you cancel the order, everything in the pallet's useless. You have to resell it. Or you have to sell all the parts. You can pause and restart, or stop and restart the production and it'll use them. But you can't cancel the parts and have them available to use to build more cars. Back to 2. Alright, they just used 4 lights and they're going to do the turn signals next. There's 1. And there's 2. Alright, they're all at 5 now. I'll bet you now they'll not restock until we get down to 2. Yep, I'm on board with that, nerd. It makes perfect sense. You would think that would make perfect sense. I reckon that's what's going to happen. I reckon that's exactly what's going to happen. But you're using robots, so how does that impact the robots? Have you tested it that way? Yep, they're going down to 4. What's our, some of them are still getting down pretty low, even though they're not having to deliver to Station 4 very often. The weight of this order? 0.3. So 25 times 6, that's 0.1. 0.15 times 2, yeah, 0.3. That's exactly right. 0.15 times 2 is 0.3. This slider basically doesn't make any difference unless you bork it by going up to 100%. However, it did look like it was playing a part in how long it takes to produce a car, because we're back down to what, 36 to 39? $36 to $38 maybe? The mechanics are moving from station to station to station. Yeah, that's the way it's looking, nerd. That's the way it's looking. So basically you stock up the pallet and then bring it back down. And they won't deliver stock for a while until it gets down to that reorder threshold. That one was 45 days. That's not good. Alright, so we're going to readjust this one more time back to the 20 to match the other ones. It's at 2 to 2 right now. That one was 33 days. So prior to this car was 45 days, and then this one was 33 days. That's interesting. I don't know why that dynamic affects the production time. Yep, nerd, that makes perfect sense. I would expect that's exactly what happens. So basically what you end up with is the transporters go into a burst of energy usage to get those stocked up to 20s, and then there's a long rest period. That might not be a bad thing. See, this one's going to be 40 days also, at least, maybe 45. (41) 42 days. Yeah, I think that's what the deal is going to be. Oh. Hang on a second. Now, if I do a random, this random is 16,000. That's a horrible car to have. This one's still around 57, Cadillac. I'm already up to 1990. What, blueprint tab? A competitionist? Am I competitive? Nah, I'm too old to be competitive. Why? Well, completionist. I guess? Maybe, maybe not. What's your idea? Do all the normals and don't do the randoms? No, I'd like to get them all completed to see what they are, but, you know, I imagine some of these are going to be really old vehicles back here. That's what I'm thinking, you know, based on what I'm seeing. The farther along in the tiers you go, I reckon the more relevant or the newer the blueprint. Like tier 17, I'm not even sure what year that'll be, but it's not going to correlate to what year I'm in, I'm sure. Yeah, what are these percentages all about? I mean, the current tier There's a 60% chance I'll get those blueprints, but I got both those blueprints. So does it automatically switch to the next? I can't discover outside this, even though I've got these two discovered. So I actually have to move the tiers along. No, because I had this Thunderbird ever since El Dorado. I was doing the El Dorado and the Thunderbird at the same time. Because I researched an unknown down in the, you know, in here when you click on change and you click an unknown and select, Thunderbird came up. So I did it. And that was back in 1957, and we're in 1990 right now. That's the only time the car model actually matched the year that I was in. All right, that's what I was kind of thinking, but that's what blew my mind, because when I was doing the El Dorado and I was on Tier 4, and I went outside and did a random, and it came up 60,000 science points or research points to do it. I did it, and it popped up the Thunderbird. That was when I was on Tier 4 and 5. I did the 4. I was actually doing those 3 at the same time, El Dorado, Beetle, and the Thunderbird. Discover, not research? Right. All right, so what do you think the plan should be? You think I should start researching the tiers? Researching the tier models instead of the randoms? Just tier it till the time period good? Yeah, all right. I think that's what I'll do. Hang on a second. Be right back. Sorry about that. It's amazing how much it just cooled off in the past hour. No, it felt like it cooled off. Still 90 degrees. Humidity's 25%. I love that. Oh yeah, you know what? This is a great soundtrack. I think. It's kind of chill and relaxing, but has its upbeat moments as well. How much pavement? You mean IRL? Oh yeah, no, this is it's not pavement that our geographical average temperatures and stuff is based on. I live in a tropical rainforest. And where I live is pretty rural. So 90% vegetation, 10% roads, sidewalks, that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm in tropical far north Queensland. I am closer to the equator than the Lesser Antilles south of Florida is to the equator. I'm closer than that. Oh, ads again. All right, hang in there while we do a quick ad break. Yep. Welcome back, nerd. Welcome back, everybody. Let's see how tired these guys get now. Everybody's resting. There we go. The way to use up the parts is to just stop production. I know it says stop production, but it'll continue to build all the cars until all the parts are used up, or as many as it possibly can. So don't cancel orders, just reduce them to no more ordering. So if you put it on 0, well, when I put it on 0, it canceled everything. So just put it on 1. And then, you know, you want to stop your production. When I did order 0, it canceled the production altogether, which I didn't like. So when I clicked on stop production, they kept building the cars until they used up all the parts that were available in the pallets. Sometimes that meant because there might not be a complete set of parts for a station. Sometimes that meant you might have 1 or maybe 2 stations that had a partially built car on it, which you could scrap, shred, or sell off, you know. But to avoid losing the most amount of parts or cars and only having a few to sell off, I just stopped production until they've used up everything, until all 4 stations were empty. Or until they stopped building and there might be 1 station or 2 stations with parts on it. Then I would go back to the supplies and change it to 0 or just delete. I even did the delete button once, but I also did a 0. Well, surprisingly, these guys are not as tired anymore. So we did a burst delivery on these guys. Then reduced it down to 1. There's a lot less. There's only like 3 or 4 right now that are getting down to tired. It's a 38-day car. Hey, welcome back, Mr. Mao. Yeah, we're learning a lot about this game, doing a little bit of experimenting, etc. Learning quite a bit about the mechanics of the game and how the game thinks. Yes, I did, nerd. So what we've got right now is 14 in storage, only 1 to be reordered at the moment. I did the same thing over here, filled this up, and did the same thing over here, filled it up, and then did the same thing over here. And now we've only got 1 in order till everything's used up for that line. I would like to see, that's 1606, the Frontier is 1841, all my cars are 1900 or above, 1922 and 2400. I really don't want to go back to any of these older ones that sell for so little. As much as I'd like a microbus and a loader van. You sell your cars at 400%? There's a 33-day car. Mine are all set to 90%. What's your cash balance? Are you over? I imagine you're over $1 million. Ah, okay, so you spent a lot of cash on not getting automation set up. Oh, I changed the wrong one. All right, let's see what happens. Bad quality. Yeah, that was bad quality car. Oh my god, he actually bought it. How about that? Waiting to be released. Ah, right. Why not just make a big sales room? Get 30 of those bad boys all set up. Yeah, that bad boy just sold. That's interesting. Why would they suggest 90%? Ah, okay. That's all right. That one's at very good. That one's at good. I'm losing frames for some reason. Very good sold. Let's see what happens with decent. Yeah, I'll do that in just a second. That one just sold as a decent for full price, $64.45. That one just sold at $50.15 for poor quality. That one just sold for $58 at poor quality. I don't think it matters going to the repair shop. I mean, I've done the repair shop, brought them up to excellent. But so far, I've not seen any difference between repaired or unrepaired or 100 excellent versus poor. This one's I've always gotten full price no matter what I set it to. There goes one just for $64.45. That one's a very good. I think I'm coming down with a cold. I got a headache, I got a fever, got a cough. I don't know. I've had 3 in the parking lot at the same time, and they've all sold. I haven't had any that didn't sell. So there's a pour that I got full price for pour. Yep. They do, and no matter what they buy. I've ever had the car parked full up to 3 before. Here's a pour. So that'll go for $5,015. There it goes. Oh, can I? Which one? This one? That's just research zones limit. Top creativity zone, a research couch, and a chalkboard. Ooh, and a research computer. Absolutely. Research the blueprint researched here. That's not redundant. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Coffee machine. I've got a coffee machine. Yeah, we've got a coffee machine. Where is it? Isn't that it? Hang on. Oh, that's a sales shelf. Yeah, he doesn't need it though. Right? Poor quality, good quality, very good quality. All of them are getting sold. Sales, couch, no research. Oh. Coffee machine is cool. I mean, I've got all my sales are successful. Research the A in there above the couch. Oh, the research drill. Oops. Yeah, the reason I haven't spent the money on these things is because, you know, they don't really... They really don't affect the impact of the sales because every car I make sells at full price. That's the thing. That's everything in the sales department. There's a poor quality for 6445. There goes the MG. And there goes the Porsche. Oh, I will eventually. This is not the complete factory by far, but I've only got 20 hours in the game. And I'm not sure what your bank account looks like, but $1 million for 20 hours. My first attempt, I went bankrupt right away. I mean, I didn't even hit 10K and I went bankrupt, you know. But I've only been playing for 20 hours trying to figure out the nuances and how the game works, you know, how it thinks. And like we did today, experimenting. I'm all about experimenting because I want to see how the game processes information. I think our parts... Oh, content 0. Those are down to 1. Those are down to 1. Seat and windshield. Okay, so this is the thing. When you get down to here, all right, this station used up all its parts, which is fine. It's got a 1 on there, but it's not ordering. So there's 0. This one's got 1 of those and 3 more wheels, 4 on order. So basically, when you get down this low, this is when you go into your production line and you can press stop production. And it'll use up as much of what's left in there as it can. And then you can sell all the unused parts, which will be onesies of a few items. And that's the best way to save the money spent on parts. What have I got for... So we've got 50 grand, or 5 grand, 5,800, 6,400. I could probably go with that. That's such an old model car. It's 54. I actually could replace the DeVille with the Frontier. I could do that. are these check marks for, nerd? Turning on and off the check marks. What does that do? I just turned all those off and they came back on again. Ah, okay. Yeah, plus it keeps undoing what I did. So that one, and that one, and that one. Those must be the default. I've sold all these cars before. Not that one. Yeah, it just changes them all back. But it's cool to see the features that are planned. You know, it's kind of like looking at the, you know, roadmap. It's like looking at the roadmap, you know. All right, let's do this. We're going to replace this bad boy. Yeah, I love this. I love the fact that stock exchange is there. I would love to play. You know, I do that with the Crust. If there's a market available, I like to play it. You know, buy and sell, auction off. Try and make a little bit of money. Buy low, sell high. I like that kind of stuff. The Crust has it. This game looks like it's going to have it, which is pretty cool. Now, as soon as these are all cleared out, no more should get ordered. Oh, a couple of them did. Yeah, some of them did. Alright, hang on a second. Alright, that one had one part left over. So you see what I did? I pressed stop production. So this station is only going to have one part to sell off. This one's going to have one part to sell off. And that one as well. Yeah, Mr. Mao, this has got some pretty interesting... Oh, sorry. Oops. Oh. Oh, crash. They brought one more. Yeah, it looks like they brought one more of everything. Well, that's the thing. I've got it on 0%. That didn't help. Alright, let's try this. There are none ordered. It says ordered. See, this is the thing I don't like. We know there's 6.8 pounds of products in the container right now. Active orders, 6.8. The problem is, if I go in here and change this to 0, it wipes out everything in the container. See? Gone. Now, the thing is, if I click, let's do it for all three of them. This is what I don't get. Alright, so we're not placing any more new orders. There's content in it, content in it, content in it. It's actually enough to build a car, including 4 wheels. Okay? Now, I've started production. But it says not all required resources have been ordered. Yes, they have. They're actually here. They're actually in storage. But it's not going to build a car. So I have enough parts to build one whole car, and I have to sell the parts instead of build the car and sell the car. I don't like that part. I know that's what you were talking about before too, nerd. I was thinking that I had figured the way around that. I thought I had figured it out. I thought I figured it out yesterday, but I guess I didn't. parts are there, the parts are on hand. They're unused parts. Oops. Zero times one is one, right? I did figure this out the other day. What did I do? We do not want to order more. What did I do? I figured this out the other day. Always destroy the things attached first, or they go to the... Oh, right. Did you figure it out? I had this figured out the other day so that it used up all the parts. I only had like one or two extra parts hanging out. Without selling off the content. Yeah, now I got part... Oh, here we go. Is that it? No, that's not it. That's because I accidentally clicked that one. Yeah. 1 of 0. Or 1 with nothing on order. 1 of everything with nothing on order. Sell all those off. It was by accident. How did I do that? Right. The only thing is, I've clicked production. They're not coming to get it. Yeah, I'm with you on that. So if there's no place to deliver, they can't fill the order by accident, or can't fill the order at all. With you on that. One order's not correct. What? Chassis to suspension. Chassis... suspension, steering engine, yeah, steering, engine, everything on here is what's in the station. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 parts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh yeah, no, I don't want to order it already. I've got one of everything in storage. And then they're gonna deliver it. Those delivery guys will get parts here before they use them up. There is no doubt about it. There's a way I did this without that happening, though. I did this the other day. I just have to remind myself how the hell I did that. No, that wasn't it, because the mechanics won't come to the job as long as there's the red circle on it. Because it's all about the resources. That's the trigger. So all the mechanics will just go and rest. What was that trigger? I had this figured out. Let me think for a second. I don't think that'll do it. I mean, I can assign all 8 mechanics here. "19 mechanics, you reckon?" Well, I've assigned them all right here. They shouldn't... No, they won't get pulled away to another... If they're all assigned to this line, they either have jobs to do or they'll stand around. Every one of them assigned to assembly line 5. They're not allowed to go anywhere else as long as they're assigned to assembly line 5. Alright, so you see how none of them are at work on the other ones? Why would they, how could they be pulled away? If they get pulled away, then assignments mean nothing. Right? Yeah. Yep, so I'm gonna have to go in and do a 1, a 1, place the order, unpause. Let's hope this works. Make sure that no delivery guys come over here. Here come the delivery guys. Gonna get stuck because they're gonna deliver to all 3. Look at all these guys hanging around over here. All 19 assigned over here, but they're all not needed over here, that's for sure. Yeah, those delivery guys are just too fast. They've already got boxes coming over. Yeah. Could do that. Could do that, right? Is the cash going down? Well, it's going down because the other lines are paused. There's nothing here. All right, we'll watch that. It says there's nothing here. So I should be able to... All right, here we go. Yeah, we deleted pallets, so now the only guy delivering is to the second one. Which... there's still 6 parts in it. Still 1,009,180,948 hasn't changed. $948, 189.48 still hasn't changed. Announce when you cancel tasks? Huh? This car's gonna get finished. I am losing a little bit of money. So this really doesn't do anything different than actually canceling the parts. So selling off the parts is really the best way to go. Announcing? What do you mean announcing? What am I missing? I'm not announcing when I cancel parts? Yeah, I was canceling tasks. Oh, you mean to you, announced to you when I was doing... No, I was losing money. I was watching. Casimir! What are we missing? How are you doing? Yeah, so what was happening is I was at 192,948, and every time I canceled the task and sent him to rest, we lost the money that he was carrying in parts. I was watching that. Yeah, so basically what that means is canceling the task is the same thing as canceling the order. Except that when you cancel the task, you don't recoup the price and you can't sell the parts. Whereas if you let the parts get delivered here and you cancel the order, you then end up with unused parts that you can recoup the money on. So that's the difference. Now, by canceling the task while the transporter is carrying the parts, there are no parts to resell or recoup the, there's no parts, unused parts to sell. So that's, the better way is just to sell the unused parts and get the money back for it. I'm pretty sure the wages got, the wages get sold at the beginning. I mean, the wages get paid at the beginning of the week for all employees. So right there, the yellow one, employees, the first week of the month is when the employees get paid. But we lost the money on the parts because when I canceled the task, there were no parts to resell, unused parts to sell. So it's better not to do it that way. It's better just to cancel it out of here. Which one were we doing? The Frontier? No, it wasn't the Frontier. Which one was it? Oh, there it is, 54. Yeah, it was the Frontier. Yep. No, not the bus. What? $47 versus $5,400? No, not the bus. Yep, alright, ads. Usually we get something for a quick sell. Oh, it was sold already. Funny. Oh, damn, that was loud. Let's see, 1 is 11. We can do 4 at a time. Welcome back. Did you get a full 3 minutes of ads? Oops. Well, that was just in time. We've reached the end of our stream, but we're going to see what happened. 122 days. It kept track of how long that was sitting on the line. Oh my God. Oh, hang on a second. Did that wrong. I didn't wait till it was full, did I? Helps to wait till it's full. So body parts. Wait till that gets to 4 and 4. Wait till those get to 7. Wait till wheels get up to 80. Yeah. We'll let those all go until we get 80 wheels in there. That one's basically all ready to go except for a fender. Almost all of them. I like how they run into each other. Two more body part, one more body part. There we go. Trunk interior. Won't go back under 7 until you order less? Yeah. So that's what I did. So I put it down to 1. So they won't deliver any more until all 7 are used up. I'm waiting till these hit 4 more wheels. And that should do it. Oh, yep. That's good enough. Okay. So that frame just dropped right down to 23 FPS. Now it's back up to 45. These guys are having a party right there. Should already have a chassis on the first station, shouldn't it? Well, it didn't take us long to hit 1.25 million. Oh, hang on. What are we going to call this? It's definitely a 57 or 1958. Yeah, we could call it a wet aviator, huh? That's not a Thunderbird, that's a Chrysler. Yeah? Car. What does this look like? I can't remember back far enough. It's either a 57 or 58 Buick. It's not Pontiac. Let's call it the Arrow. Now, we wanted to stick to researching just the tier. Electra, that's what I was trying to think of. The Buick Electra. Oh well, too late. I can rename it later. Well, sadly we are... Is it really? I can't rename that. Oh, no kidding. You're right. Oh, that sucks. Sucks. Let's see what that comes out to. That should get us above our 55, maybe 6,000. Close. Yep, 6,055. 458. That'll probably replace the Roadster. No. It'll replace the Frontier that we just, oh, anyway, that'll be for next time. Yeah, anyway. Unfortunately, we have to go raid somebody. Oh, two cars named the same? Yeah, it's funny that the game doesn't prevent you from doing that. Isn't that weird? You can't not have two cars the same name. But anyway, yeah. All right, let's head on over. Wow, look how nice it is outside. And it's still pretty toasty. The dead of winter, and it is still 88.5 degrees. Thankfully, the humidity is quite low. Anyway, yeah, we do have to go raid somebody. Electricity prices are going to go up to 54 cents a kilowatt hour in about 10 minutes. For those non-subscribers, use the Tomb Raider icons message. And for subscribers, you can use that one. And let's see who we're going to go raid. I'll bet you Kaz is not streaming because he's probably just gone to bed shortly ago. Because it is late of the hour. Yeah, it's almost 2 a.m. in the U.S. Holy smokes. Surprised you guys are all still here. That's really cool. Thank you very much for the support. Nerd of Anarchy, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you for the redeems from Omniconda. And thank you for the follow from Utilitimo from about 15 hours ago. Mr. Maru, thank you for the redeem. Yeah, 12 a.m. Central. Yeah, almost 1 a.m. You guys rock. Staying up this late to watch a stream. Thanks for everybody that came by to chat today. Oh my gosh, it was so awesome. Nerdy Brand New and Mr. Mao. And of course we had Mr. Chris, the 000328 Chris, not the Chris 29. But he was here early before he went to bed, so that's not a bad thing. Let's see, who else was here? Miss Masked Bandit. Always glad to see you and everybody else. Thanks for hanging and supporting the stream. And Firehammer, thank you very much. One of our awesome moderators. GFA Undead is the other awesome moderator. Jack PS9 was here today. Omniconda. And check out Omniconda if you can. He's got some pretty awesome streams. As well as Jack does. And Nerd, do you stream? Did I ask you if you streamed? Are you a streamer? Barely? Are you just building up steam, or is that just because the schedule doesn't allow you to do very much? Oh, okay. I'm a Linux user also. I have a big Linux community. I'm actually running Windows in a VM because of the games that I play, but surprisingly, darn close to 95% of the games that I play will play through Proton or Lutris. It's actually been... Oh, shoot. I was about to raid somebody that just went off stream. If you want to, Nerdy, hang on a second. Let me just pull up. You should always be able to find some help in my Linux community. There's a link if you'd like to join. We have over 28,000 members. I'm almost certain there'll be at least one person there that can help. And we have a great, helpful community. So don't be afraid to pop in. join the community, and yeah, we got a pretty awesome community. Like I say, 28,000 members. Everybody I've ever seen in our community is so very helpful. We have beginners, non-Linux users, all the way up to experts. There's almost a question you can't ask that doesn't have an answer or get immediate help from somebody, because everybody's so willing to help. So if you feel like it, go ahead and do that. In the meantime, I'm going to look for who we're going to raid, because wow, the one I was going to raid just went off stream. I gotta hurry because we're about to get really expensive. Evil Rays is on. Yeah, Blender is a rockin' software package. Absolutely great software. However, I haven't used it in a hot minute. I think I was on 2.9 something. I think we're well into 3.0 something now with Blender. All right, you guys have your rating tools. Just copy and paste them into our raid victim. And we'll go ahead and start that now. And then we'll go to the outro. And we'll get all of our official thank yous for everybody that I forgot to. Thanks everybody for coming by. Thanks Nerd for the follow. And all the wonderful chat we've had and experimenting with the car manufacturer. That's the conclusion of Tuesday today. We are on schedule tomorrow, and I will be on schedule tomorrow, if not shortly after the start of the stream. The raid is coming up, so hang in for that right after all of our thank yous go by. That's it from me, and be prepared to spam Evil Rays that we go to annoy on the raid. That's it for me. See ya!